welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile Curse of the Oriflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile Curse of the Oriflame.
Yo, let's go guys. I'm coming in super late.
The Oriflame calls us to the sea. To a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath. A curse down below. With my lantern,
Okay, let's go.
we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Oriflame before the brine rot.
How does my audio sound?
Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Okay, pretty decent. We got a Loch Ness monster going on. Okay. Oh my god, is this Sentinel like map Calandra thing? What is going on? Abyss rework, let's go. I hope they bring PoE 2 Abyss. Legion improved. Wait, what is this? Oh, mercenaries? Oh, we could have mercenaries again? What? Cardio? I think I just said like cardio. I think Cardario. I wait. Did they just say new ascendancy class? What is going on? Bro, I'm sorry guys. I'm late, but we're here. We're here.
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile Curse of
Let's
the
go.
Oriflame. We'll comb the ocean floor, discovering sunken artifacts.
Hey, what's
of
up,
forgotten
Jones? How you doing,
origins.
bro?
Fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters
This
above
looks
you.
kind of crazy.
We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss, and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to
Oh,
Raid Class.
mercenaries! I'm
Then
excited.
We'll explain our new endgame system. We will join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Oriflame. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full
Okay,
patch
let
notes
me-
at
let me
11 AM NZT.
Up the volume.
So let's get started.
That
I'll
should
hand
sound
things over
better.
to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director
How does that
on
sound?
Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Curse of the Oriflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Ray-class seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area. Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign,
Okay.
Valerie, or Val's, reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Oriflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Orflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere.
Okay.
This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder.
It's actually
While
boat
scouting the
leak.
depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place all-flame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into
I actually
dead
have that
man
backpack.
sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an all-flame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's
okay.
also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough dead man sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage.
Okay.
Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This
Yeah, what is
modifier
going
causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be
gold.
converted to gold.
Is that
This
good?
modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps.
Okay,
With
that's
9
strong.
positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast,
Ooh, okay.
with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem.
Yeah.
In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val which can store
Please
about
tell
an
me you can
inventory
control
worth of
click.
loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound.
That's pretty cool.
Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck.
So they added sailing from
Once you do,
RuneScape
don't
into
forget to
PoE.
empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work.
Okay.
Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play.
Here we go.
Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of
No
Dead Man's
way.
sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of
way.
having applied that currency to the original item.
What?
You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as
What?
Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like.
No way.
Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb?
Oh my god, this is actually crazy.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive
God.
fossil combination you want to get
You can put-
maximum
you can
value
put-
out of.
You can put resonators? Oh my god, this is actually insane.
Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done.
That's still fine.
That's not all, however, as the seafloor
That's
hides
still-
some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats.
That's
These can be
insane.
consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries.
Okay, let's see.
Such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item,
And do-
each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
Oh my god. Oh
The
my
Gentile's
god.
Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another.
That's insane.
And
That's-
Brine Hook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats
Pantheon.
come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast.
This is so insane.
You may
like,
even find some that
I
lead
need a
you to
second.
notably unwelcoming waters.
Leviathan.
So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up,
course.
we've got an old favorite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again
That's pretty
roaming
crazy.
Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
Wow.
Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ.
Here
As
we
per
go.
the Trathan Code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences. If you
Mercenary's
lose,
OP.
you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you.
Wow.
While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to
Oh.
action that calls that specific mercenary to a
Oh.
future map.
Wait,
with
that's
the same set
really
of skills,
good.
but a new set of items.
You
A
could just...
mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific
Yeah.
mercenaries to other players.
That's what I was gonna say. You could just trade it.
It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathis League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
Oh wow. Okay.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class, the
What?
Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques, while the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and
I need to
Golden
rewatch
Glory
this
passives
video, like,
empower your
100
mercenary
times.
by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here
Okay.
are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel.
Okay.
Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Of course. Of course.
Sellswords of Trathis won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to
let's
the
see it.
mechanic were made to improve
Did
the
they make
gameplay
it like
significantly.
PoE2?
In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1.
Yep.
The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas.
Yep.
Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal
Oh my
energy
god.
into the surrounding
GGG
area,
is just so good.
subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence.
GGG is so
Slaying
good.
these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart.
Oh, it's so good. It's such a good change. I might actually do Abyss
The
this
upshot
week.
of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss,
Okay, we
with
gotta get rid
audio
of the
and
screen
visual
shake.
cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking.
So good.
However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1. and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts.
Okay.
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing Abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with Abyssal sockets will remain. In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving
Okay.
Abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of Abyssal jewels
Nice.
and Stygian vices.
Good.
This will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes.
Okay. That's good.
Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its
Who is
own
this?
set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being
Okay.
reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic.
Timeless jewels.
Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment.
Yo, what's up, Green
Despite
Viper?
having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion
doing,
didn't
bro?
have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we
Yes.
doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps.
Good. I honestly hate
Instead,
it.
we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals.
Wow.
These can be used on your unique
Yo,
armors.
thanks for the sub, Green Viper.
You can
I
then take
appreciate
the
you, bro.
enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain,
Wait, they're
and there
reworking
appears to be
Five
some
Ways?
sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagaro's Virtuosity, but now the Malagaro's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it,
My God,
in the
there's
form
no
of
way.
a vestigial implicit modifier.
There's no
As
way.
you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another.
Onto another. Oh
Here
my
are some
God,
more
that's,
examples of
that's
vestigial unique items.
crazy.
Helmets, boots, gloves,
But like, is it just all?
shields, and body armors.
Oh my God,
In
lightning coil's
addition to
gonna be
vestigial
insane.
items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter.
Oh, that's
Breaking
really
out
good.
all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters
Oh, that's a
will
really
be
good
enough to
change.
start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting.
Aura stacking is back, yeah.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes.
I was looking at a Herald
resulting
stacker
in
this
fewer
week.
clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects,
Good.
causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you
Yeah,
kill
good.
monsters.
Good.
Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols.
Okay.
Talismans were introduced back in
Oh
2015.
my God, talismans?
But over
no
the
way.
years, they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance.
Could add this to
Firstly,
the build.
talismans are now
We
exclusive
have to look at
rewards
the
from
uniques.
Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast.
Oh, that's okay.
For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans.
What?
Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one.
Oh my
Secondly,
god, this is
the
insane.
special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before.
Wait, this
Here are a
is
few more examples of new talismans.
Oh my god, no way. No
Talisman
way.
unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses.
Oh,
Check
that's
out the
really
new
good
Eyes
too.
of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
Oh my god, this
So that
is
is
crazy.
everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with Mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League
There's
has
just
to offer.
so much.
But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to
changing?
try and destroy it in the last two expansions.
They're changing it
Zana's
again.
actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter.
Okay.
It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our
Binos?
gold.
Oh.
If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item.
Skip.
The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to
Come
you.
on, show it.
If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the
Interesting.
anomalies that can manifest.
Interesting.
Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas.
Wow.
Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done
Scrying
through the
orb?
new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Oh, wow.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them.
That's really good.
For example,
Scrying orb, I
this
think it's
anomaly
good.
creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred
What?
Grove, where the plants have fully taken over.
Rancor? Is it
This
Rancor?
strongbox seems to have a strange
oh my
mechanism.
god, PoE 2.
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments.
Soul Mantle.
Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue.
There's just so much.
So that is a heap of new challenges
Yeah,
to
there's
encounter
just so much.
from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves.
Okay.
But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed.
What is
Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors.
that?
So, after the better part
my
of 2 decades,
God,
in 329,
no way.
we're making a fairly radical change.
No way.
Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore.
No
You can now put
way.
any color gem into any socket.
No way.
We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match,
No
and you didn't
way.
luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system.
What is it?
You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful.
What does it do?
Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them.
What does it do,
how
though?
are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem. This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb,
okay.
which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that.
Wait, so what does the red one do?
Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example,
this is crazy. This is such
Shadow's
a big change.
physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin, the Occultist,
say Hierophant,
and the Inquisitor.
Inquisitor? Okay, that's fun.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame.
Wait, that's
in 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff.
That's awful.
Don't worry too much though. The rewards will be worth it.
Okay, I hope
For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus. While Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt.
There's
I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs. The Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several
like genuinely okay, now they're talking about supporter packs. Well, I'll turn off the audio, but I need like a second to just take all the information in. Like, I was just getting blasted with information. This supporter pack looks cool though. You already got both supporter packs.
The default appearance of your staff,
this looks really sick.
Mace, or shield, with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment.
Okay, I brought it
When
back.
a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit
legit
such a
exhausted.
potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
One
The
portal.
Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary
Nice.
for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to
This one
purge
looks
the sick
really
of their
nice.
diseases. The matching back
I like the
attachment
blue.
cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's
Oh,
an important job of
wow.
a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below.
That's
before
crazy.
washing back up at the base of the hideout.
That's crazy.
Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose
I
to
don't know what that
become the
last one
plague
did.
and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Bro, can we take like 1 second? Like, why is it just so much information every time we get a new league? Like every single time, it's just like so much. I mean, I'm excited. Where do I? There's so much to process and try to put a build together. Like, actually, though, it's just so much information. Did they not put up the? They haven't put up the. Yeah, they haven't put up the information about the league yet, so we'll wait on that. I'm sure it's coming soon. Oh, is it here? Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. There's just so much. Well, we're gonna wait for the Ziggy D interview, and then we'll kind of let it play in the background while I kind of go through some of this stuff. There's just a lot. One thing I'm curious about is how do the mercenaries work? So like, can I not actually have a companion unless I have the ascendancy? for the rest of the area. Dude, this is so bad. I think this is the only thing that I don't like. I mean, I guess they're saying the mercenaries are too strong, so you have to use an ascendancy in order to have this, which I guess is fine, but it's a little bit of a buzzkill, like a minor buzzkill. I understand that this is too much power if we just had a ally, you know. Yeah, only from Scion it's permanent.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on
It's
Path of
Mark
Exile
and his
1,
two
Octavian
kids.
and Andrew.
Let's see what the
And,
comments are.
Andrew, welcome. This is your first time
Thanks
joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand.
Okay, so he's going to the like the intros and stuff. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of have the audio playing in the background, and if I notice something, I'll kind of tune in. But overall, I'm just gonna kind of like go through some of these things as they're talking, and then also if I want to say something, I'm gonna like mute up. But let's see.
Things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So
It's a lot.
that's a later nuke. So,
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues,
And this is
Mercenaries,
Octavian.
Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques. Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills, and probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things, Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one
socket color is the biggest
seems to want to
change.
know about from what I've seen.
They should have made it so that you could call in the mercenary for 30 seconds. That could have been interesting, like maybe like a skill button for like emergencies. Yeah.
The initial, I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not.
Let's see what people are saying.
How did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
Okay.
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
Nice.
we're all sitting there designing like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a
With
long
5K
plan ahead.
chromatics.
We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this in Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way when first playing PoE 1. what, fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Which was, I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That is like, that's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool.
Yeah.
So not
Same.
wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, you know, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be so having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, they don't even, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades, you know, you can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well,
I agree, it's a
we
good
want
change.
to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have like when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated, and this was part of that. So, you know, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. You know, in the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, you know, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
What, do we need to... You know, like, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like, do we, what are we supposed to do here? Like,
Well, I
can we
kind of
make
heard
this
that
change?
basically did happen.
Yeah.
Like, you guys called around to some of the other people.
Yes,
were
we
like,
did, yes. So it was, even
They
we were
called
like,
Chris.
are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, nah, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But you know, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I think it's a good change.
So I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and
I think it's a good change.
with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, you know, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and you know, I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and you know, that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, you know, some of the correct colors. Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem. So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you know, you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was looking for a good base to drop that on, so that I could chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You're excited to see a chromatic now and then.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that like chromatic went from being like less valuable than jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't say exactly how rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always it has an order of precedence. So we moved the chromatic above the
Because
jewelers.
it's more valuable
yes,
now. I see. That makes sense.
Oh,
Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but
Yeah.
I think
trying to think.
we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interact with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So.
And that's my follow-up question is there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, do you guys do anything with tabula rasa or just kind of leave it, I imagine? I don't know.
It didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that
it's
kind of
a
just
6
works, doesn't
6
it?
link, still a 6 link, yeah.
Still 6 link.
Yeah,
Six
well,
link
Skin of
is
the
still
Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right colours, but
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
what else did you do? Pariah.
Yeah, so we audited all of them. Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6 link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket, you just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyal's early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool. Interesting. So that
what does
inadvertently kind of
Dialos
makes
do?
6 links much more available early league, it seems. It's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Volobs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it
that makes
still
sense.
rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket.
Yeah, so
but that colored socket will just be a random red, green or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket, but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets. But for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact
And
numbers.
now that they're going to be much more valuable as well, that makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Well, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. But, my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far.
Wait, does
If
it
anything,
tell you
like,
what the
I guess
color is
if there's any
actually?
negative, I could probably nitpick about it. It seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Oh, really?
I think they
A
get
little
enough of
bit.
their identity
I
from
understand
the
that it is,
videos.
especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
it's
the
just
item
quality.
holds itself, you know,
Yeah.
and with respect to its defense type.
Okay,
its
so
mods,
it still matters, but it's not
but
like
yeah,
crazy.
I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, or I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on Socket Colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Oriflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit.
Delve,
Because it's
but
also
moist.
got a little bit of a blend of other ideas, and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this like Subnautican League come about?
What did
You know
Jung
what?
say?
Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are, and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league, because you can go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed and they're on the coast or they're near the shore or they're on an island, and therefore it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean themed league, and from there everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. It, like, the same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there is talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb. Going in, obviously, it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also like, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE 2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
because you're fully on PoE 1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, let me give you that, and I was just like, massive
this
list. I'm
is
like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this
20%
area, go to any of these will work. Big starfish and all that
What does
stuff.
that
And
mean?
so,
Sea otters.
yeah.
I love otters.
otters.
So, very-
Yeah,
The otters
so,
definitely caught me by surprise.
we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yep. Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you
Little-
can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think. Like, I don't think we haven't had this like exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because like you go into a boat, but we're not like what makes a boat league? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean. Do you have to be
fighting on?
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think
Fishing?
They would say. Hold on,
We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that
Fishing.
a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness.
That's
As in with like
that's your line.
screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would say.
We've not done that this week. To be fair.
Thank you for not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat to boat cannons and
Noted.
blowing up.
Third axis, yeah.
Isn't it a town
Interesting.
area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
In the Deepwater hub.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the All Flame hub area on the Sovereign.
You
is
can
the
drop
name of the
items
ship.
on the floor on the boat.
It
so,
is technically a combat area, so you
Yeah.
could,
in theory.
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah.
I guess you can.
I guess.
Sorry, but it was mentioned though, like, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor
Bro, what are
killing
they
fish?
talking about?
Does that count as fishing?
There's
And does this
still-
tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well? You would have had to have considered that. Did you
Okay,
confer
this-
with the fishing team when you were?
I think that going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
Yeah, I
but
don't
what if
think
you're
that's
holding a
fishing.
spear? Though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Is like,
That's true. When I pitched the re-theme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
like, oh, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then
No, like this, I need to know, like, okay, so is this kind of like Foulborn? Like, I need to know if there's only a specific uniques that can do this, or can all uniques do this? Because if it's the case where you could do this with all uniques, this is going to be insane. And then it comes down to like what item, like what is the modifier that you can transfer. Like this would be so important because this changes so many builds. Like so many builds could be very, very powerful based on this specific change.
that's just a cool concept. Whether you are,
So I need like more information on that.
it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, you know, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
Good.
Very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map, leagues are, you know, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
You know, integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, you know, like, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desertous mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, you know?
Was
like,
it an enchantment?
it allows you to create a more, immersive world. Submersive world?
I see what you did.
Submersive,
Yeah.
immersive? I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous like out of league mechanics, where
Yeah,
Obviously,
okay.
the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, lead to in-Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yep.
And we need a system that's, at least in, what's the word I'm looking for here? In analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later. But it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're
Bro,
doing.
look at all their
to get,
eyes.
some quite
Look
rewarding
at their
voyages.
eyes,
and it's
bro.
kind of meant
That's
to be
when
the
you know
one-to-one
they're
allegory
good
to that.
devs.
Sorry, analog.
You look at their eyes and you
yeah,
can tell.
yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions. Is because you have so many like axes to juice things in maps. How
They've
do
been
you
working hard.
make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I like, I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it. Is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now. Like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily.
I just want to look at some stuff from the trailer.
Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues.
This thing is crazy, by the way.
Thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an in-area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like All Flame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for All Flame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them, right? And then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy, powerful. You know, like
the crafting system is insane, by the way.
A way that
Where is
it can
this?
be
Does
thought
it show
about
it?
as you get in Hinakura's locks.
Yes.
Yeah, you get Hinakura's locks. That's what it is.
Because that's what it is. So there is a very, very strong motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. At Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just, you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who may be like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like, I think that's easy to miss.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts.
Yeah.
And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the cursed treasure chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit
That's
when
fun.
you complete
That's
it
a fun one. I
for
like
the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a brine rot pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the crab nest, and when you defeat the crab nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs.
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Crabs.
Yeah,
Lots
right.
of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
I was just thinking, I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah,
Oh, is this
I
like
saw some pretty
heist?
cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teaser.
I think this is like heist where you have to rescue the item. If you don't rescue it, then you don't get it.
You mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yeah.
And that's the fuel
think that's
for
this-
powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time.
No, I think that's right
And
there.
then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever
This
we
thing-
decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 24 of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency, or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The
haven't seen
lanterns
any
don't
of
point
those
at those.
Okay.
What?
You're not getting
On
food,
death
but-
That's what you're
effects.
getting. I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes,
Okay.
some sort of reward, sweet release.
Yeah, as again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
as long as you follow it. As opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe two, depending on how fast your build is.
they're really fast.
They're quite quick.
Yeah.
And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it.
That was
Pop
done
ones down.
months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always
Yeah.
think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day
Yeah,
3, or
yeah,
week
yeah.
1? What do they need? And like, let's
Yeah.
get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
Yeah, you can't do an
Get
extend,
a
can
lot,
you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that though. Has it been a bit
They
tricky
are.
to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because, you know, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, you know, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like,
Yes.
you
Okay.
know when they are going to begin to collapse because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve.
Yeah,
Like,
so
that's the
you
big
have-
distinction.
You know, you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in
Yeah.
until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's not really like a rush, clear, speedy mechanic. Ultimately, like you can,
No, I mean,
you can do
you
it
can go
fast.
fast.
You can go fast, but it's not like
Like I said, people on Alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute
Yeah.
or less.
But it,
Pretty forgiving.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is,
They're going
if it's
fast.
overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong. Because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, you know, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time.
No.
And yeah,
Drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the all flame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters
yeah.
and not to drowning.
Right.
And that is
That's a good
generally
thing.
the case whenever, you know, I've died when playtesting and also when I've seen, you know, players playing on alpha and stuff. Drowning is really, it really only ever happens if you are being like playing real dangerous and like, you know, trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place the lantern to get the chest in order
Yep.
so you don't have to be trying to do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
you'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But
Yeah.
it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I guess
I
you'll
think
lose one character and then
I only drowned once, and I was like, oh, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again.
Yeah,
That seems
yeah.
like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really, you know, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small. Like by the time you've placed all, you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started, maybe
Yeah.
a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters.
Okay.
Like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave.
This thing.
So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations.
There's
and
like
I said, the
9.
charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah, yeah. Awesome.
That's a good thing.
So
That's a good
this
thing.
all flame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinokora locks per craft as your crafting
Yeah,
system
this
for
is such a
league?
crazy
Well, actually,
crafting
originally
system.
it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, you know, similar in power level. It may or may not be.
Yeah.
But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts
Right.
that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You know, it is essentially Harvest, but wet, and that's not
It's just
I- you
harvest,
know,
but
we
wet.
had actually
totally.
gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the idea for the all flame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms all flame and ghost flame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. But yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks. We need a new one. And then you had a pitch. And I was like, this is a good thing. Like,
yeah.
Some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what. And you just you go down into a vortex.
You're in too deep,
and
yeah.
you're like,
Yeah.
loss aversion kicks in. And like, to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone. Starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like,
Nice.
when you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that, you know, your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just, you know, changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting so that you can use and
It also puts something on the
and see,
item.
like, you know, 3 or 4 different potentials for that.
Like,
and
what
it
is
chooses your best one, and that's obviously
intangibility?
very powerful, especially for some of the bigger graphs.
I don't think they explained that,
The
did they?
intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How does that
so
work?
Not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add
Listening.
some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another all flame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you all flame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to all flame craft on that item.
Gotcha.
And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that, you know, things like recombination, because if you
that's
take
what I
the
was
mod you're
thinking.
trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then, you know, Awakener's orbs do a similar thing where it's, you know, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with all flame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yeah. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance, because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible.
Yeah,
I would say 95%,
it makes sense.
maybe even 98%. I don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking the
I sort of
that whole
agree.
random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes, but for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, you'd
Yeah, I agree.
say you would never use a Varlorb
Oh, for sure.
aside from this way.
Yeah.
With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad. Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows
You
what
cross
happens.
the beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so, you know, you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was, you know, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
So
yeah.
in theory, with an exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is how it is meant to work. It is doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original
it
item
doesn't-
X number of
It
times.
doesn't mod block itself
Yeah.
effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. What's so the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items like.
Well, that's mostly the ducats,
Yeah.
which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's
Just
like,
works with this.
yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with all flame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Vile Orb and that it wouldn't work, but
Anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with all flame crafting because it simply can't.
because it would.
Yeah,
you need
there's
like,
nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items things.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get 1 item back. So
Okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works
Why?
if you want.
If you want, I guess so. I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
Why not?
Send some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're
Yep.
rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, nah, this one looks better than those ones. I'm
Yeah, so I think I'm
convinced,
gonna take number 3. Maybe. Gonna have anyone as you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap. But just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
Isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
yeah, there
So
is.
that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is
Yeah, I got
more
to
changing
call
the
one
identity
sec.
of a build than it is
Yeah.
just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem solving sort of thing for sure.
no, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it
Yeah.
allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have
the
expected
moment?
it to obey the rules still, where it like
Oh, no.
can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the
Like-
All Flame.
It's like older
Yeah,
combinators.
the Flame doesn't care about
No
the rules,
rules. Aside from
except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
You seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We
before.
almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm,
Yep.
right? And so if let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
So, yeah.
So that's like the production. So that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months, it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise, we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare. We've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like
Okay, I'm
the
back.
league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well.
I missed that
Cody
last
Brown, was
combo.
like
I was just on a quick phone call.
the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know,
Oh, well,
similar, like
yeah.
Reliquary and
Okay. I come back and the stream dies. What the hell? What happened? Like 2 seconds, I come back, stream dies. GG.
I guess
Okay, we're back.
I do want that maintenance. I
manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory?
Okay, that was so
Yeah.
weird.
The active leagues in every area, and it, so you're kind of like, oh, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's
Yeah.
always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we
Yeah.
could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps, and then
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot, but it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that, and then it becomes another tier 17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juiced in that, or you're just wasting it.
yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't
Yeah.
know about it. And if
Yeah,
you're investing
random,
lots of
yeah.
like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're going to just keep fishing maps until you find it.
I
Yeah,
hope
it's just
I
like-
hope in
like, it's
30
just, like,
minutes
super
they show
exciting when
patch
it does
notes
happen.
because
It's
they
not something you can
drag
plan
this
around
interview a
necessarily.
lot.
So I imagine that's
I do
probably
think
the
they
route.
give a
Most
good
people
amount of
really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt.
I do think they give like a good amount of info, but like for the most part, it is like a yap sesh. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna like quickly just give like a TLDR of I think of like the reveal so far. Yeah, the league mechanic looks pretty good. It looks like a blaster mechanic, right? Like you want to like have a good like area clear stuff, which we can do with our Ice Spear build. Yeah, I think and then we have like a lot of different options. Another thing is this all flame crafting. This thing is insane. This is like one of the strongest crafting systems they've ever created. It's basically Hinakora's lock. Every single person has access to Hinakora's lock for free. Like that's, I shouldn't say free, but like very, very accessible. So that's kind of very, very OP. I don't know what this is. We'll have to like figure out, right? Like the special charts. Seems like it's gonna do with this like boss monster. Mercenaries is whatever. Yeah, mercenaries is whatever. I think like the way they did it is they basically combined it with this new ascendancy, right? So if you actually want to use a mercenary, then you have to use this ascendancy. Otherwise, for all other classes and builds, mercenary is kind of pointless because all it does, it just stays there for the rest of the area. So if you get it in a map and you get it early, you get that mercenary for that map. I think that's kind of pretty bad, honestly. But I do think this new ascendancy is very, very like interesting, right? Like this is where you can actually have a mercenary and have it be very, very strong. So this is a like if you're thinking about mercenaries, you really have to think about this ascendancy. And I guess they are showing everything on it, so that's pretty good. I'll take a look at this later. Abyss reworked, very, very nice. And then we get a new Abyss item. Okay, now this is the next thing that is going to be very, very powerful. I have to figure out how this works. There's not a lot of info on telling us exactly what uniques we can use this on and what is the unique effect that we can take, right? So this is essentially like Foulborn uniques and things like that. But Foulborn uniques were only on a limited set of items. Now, if you can actually do, if you can actually just take any mod from any unique and slap it on any other unique, that's a lot of uniques. But let's say you could take one unique from like boots and then put it on a different set of boots. That is very, very powerful, like very, very powerful. And if it works on every single unique, that's extremely powerful, because I believe you could still corrupt it on top of that. This is just an enchantment, so you could do some like insane things. Atlas anomalies, this looks interesting. Very, very good. Socket colors is the biggest change. This is going to make campaign very easy. It's going to make mapping very easy. It's going to make literally all your progression very, very easy. Very, very strong. And like the colors, the red, green, and blue, basically all of them, what they mean is if you socket the correct color, then you get 10% additional quality, which is pretty good. You know, for certain builds, it's gonna be like super strong. In most cases, it's okay. It's like a little bit of a buff. The main buff is that now everything is white sockets, kind of OP. Spellcaster stuff, this is something we're gonna have to look into later. This specific buff, this looks very, very strong. I don't know how this is going to function. I don't know exactly what this looks like in terms of like the skill that happens. But this looks very strong, and this pack stuff looks very interesting as well. We'll have to take a look and experiment with these. So yeah, I would say that's like the TLDR of everything that was covered in the content reveal. And then yeah, let's just go back to Q&A again.
Gold means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little
Secret one, eh?
hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, okay. Nice. Guess you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point later. So that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah.
I just really like making monster skills, and you know, I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, paying this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. So,
Great.
There's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job. And now you get to learn what the new skills are that the Abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE1.
That's excellent news. And that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus, that, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things.
Oh yeah,
it's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised at just how much like stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Okay, perfect.
Territory.
Well,
perfect.
to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for example, the Mariketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armors. You can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think.
Oh,
So
my
you can take boss uniques.
God.
Like,
You can't create boss uniques.
no, you can't create boss uniques.
Yeah, that
You
would
can
be
go from
consume
boss
boss
unique.
Yeah, you
You
wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with like Val orbing.
Yeah.
This is an alternative to Val orbing.
Yeah.
Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say, I'll say at the moment we've
That's
done a big plus
crazy.
on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting
So-
for sure.
It's not
Wait, what?
entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it 1-to-1.
oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1, but for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning
I
coils.
think
That's
it's
a lot,
like
though.
it's
Yes.
like 250, I think.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. It's
good.
kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique,
Yeah,
not just like some
it's
random.
Usually
thing that's
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that it will port over.
So you'll kind of know.
Yeah,
all the
there's a
time.
few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods.
Right. Yeah.
Where
Okay.
we'll randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's
Generally
fun. So
one mod.
The flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very
Yeah.
exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this
Yeah.
is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
our
that in
idea.
PoE1. But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, so I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that eventually you can.
It's
Compared.
the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I won't say we're great. We're just minds.
Wow.
So that is like
That's
a pretty
actually so
exciting
strong. That's
new
like
thing that
super
you can do
strong.
with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value. and I
Incubators
just
are so
was
trash.
annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I
for
don't
sure.
think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a smaller
bestiary.
pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because
Yeah, they're
we've
not-
removed those other rewards.
Right, they're
from
not
the
being
pool.
replaced.
Yep.
Like, instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So, okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind
Good.
of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
Yeah,
When
I
it comes
agree.
to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in. He's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues, and I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope it's something players prefer. Instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me lastly. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last
Yeah.
monster hiding around a corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that.
Yep.
But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And with Abyss, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction towards.
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
Oh, I like
I
it.
hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about like our idea is to just, we got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yeah, this is
That
a big
would be kind of
question.
No,
wild.
I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques because it's sort of like a different sort of magic. You
Right,
can't-
yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams there. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
But
like,
if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in the
It doesn't
campaign-
really work because they have to go
Yeah.
from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah. Okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have you aren't taking a full party with you. But, yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay.
Yeah, mercenaries
I did
kind of,
definitely notice that you have buffed them, like because they're now this limited thing, it seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like,
Well,
they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because
Yeah.
we don't need to balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be
So,
powerhouses.
The good thing is
yeah.
we can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad.
Yeah.
Give or take. So, sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries
Yeah, let's look
as
at
you
this.
go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary.
Ah.
So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
I
valuable
like all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called,
Yep.
the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it. And then they just die.
Oh no!
I'm like,
Wait, can they die?
Evil.
I thoroughly love
Like
where the Scions
permanently?
now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before, or something.
Yes,
the new
we've
set.
shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. But still,
Yeah.
3 very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there. Honestly, I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems for
Yeah,
this
I
patch?
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like? I can't.
But their survivability has been... No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to, like, put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
figure it out.
Did you guys like improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was like a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall. Exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more
Yeah.
information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was
So,
like the passives
yeah.
and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses,
Tabs for them.
I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree,
Yeah.
which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know like how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, like those
You can actually
inherent...
build them a bit more
Yeah,
because
it's
you know
important.
what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth. You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that
Okay.
what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3.
4 areas, yeah.
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still,
Yep.
and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just like, I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find
Okay.
earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30.
All right.
So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found like another 5 of them. I found one of the like the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's like,
Oh, that's the
And
big
yeah,
money right
that's
there.
the best
and I went to
one.
another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones. I got those guys, and I was just like sprinting through the zone, and he's like slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a
recruited one
Yeah, I
as well.
wonder how
character
good this-
without friends. my mercenary friends.
I don't know how good this
Absolutely.
ascendancy is going to be.
Will Triathlon skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another chat question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer.
Oh,
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique
That's
rewards
big.
after all. Will
That's
there be a
pretty big.
forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, there won't be, because
Wouldn't make
most
much
of the nodes
sense.
don't work unless you have the node that enables.
And
you
then
to
there's
have
that
the
one that
mercenary.
would just be completely busted.
So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the
Yes.
Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
that would be
makes sense.
crazy.
Seeing a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure. Well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Because who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually
So
fun
obviously
to
when we
sign
announce
on.
a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point.
Oh,
We should be
Wow.
adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and
That's
actually
pretty big,
engage
actually.
with the Scion straight
It's
away.
pretty
They don't
big.
have to, a new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most of
because
It's not a
us
big
did
deal.
15
It's
years
not a
ago or
big deal.
something.
everyone just has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a funding at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed.
it's fine.
So,
it's fine.
Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of
Yeah,
like
what
goals
did he
with
do?
skill
Let's
balance
find
this
out.
time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like
I wonder what they're doing
I
for
saw
cold
similar
then.
sort of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
What's
Yeah,
cold
so lightning
then?
will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
That's like a double whammy for
Yeah.
like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially.
Tell
that
me
could be a
about
good thing.
cold,
That's
bro.
a good
Cold
thing
spells,
to have
cold
the higher mana
spells, cold
cost eventually.
spells.
yeah, I mean Archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case
Okay, yeah.
that is actually a buff for those.
Yeah.
all those lightning
It's like
spells.
unique or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity,
Yeah.
but most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though. Like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buff for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so the
Yeah.
damage isn't like hugely
Okay.
different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game.
That's good.
But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so
There you go.
you don't
There
feel
you go.
compelled
Magma
to
roll.
use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of magma orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse,
The
but
most
hopefully
weird
we'll
spell.
change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the All Flame.
So
Along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But
yeah.
Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So
yeah.
do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm
do you
so
think that there
curious
might
about
be a
the
need in
patch
some
notes.
areas for any sort of like mechanical
Oh,
changes
God.
to handcasting and channeling in
Well,
particular?
You
there is
said
a dream, and
totems.
the dream is
Oh.
cast while moving, but that is.
Cast while
I don't know if
moving.
we'll ever see that in PoE1.
That's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not
Yeah.
but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the
Please,
exact
no
same
cast
reason
on
why there's
John,
no
right?
WASD.
Yeah, I
John
see the
over
question.
here
We've
is
answered
like,
it before,
"No."
the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We
is that
understand
it
how-
kind of needs the rigging to work. It
We
just
understand how popular those things will be, and it
Dude,
will
WASD
happen.
would be
It's
crazy.
Just taking its time, and not due to us not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically,
Yeah, it's a
with the
long
discussion,
quest,
like a lot of the focus
honestly.
being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered another means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the
Well,
future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane
Oh.
for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown
Oh
on the
my
live stream,
God,
but
no
if you're
way.
familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2,
Oh, yeah, that
we've
thing.
pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back
Wow.
to PoE 1, which is
Wow.
especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you
Yeah.
got opening that one again.
Yeah, custom crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone.
Assassin might be insane,
So
actually.
cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really.
Okay, yeah.
Or anything.
Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart
there.
from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the
I
exceptional
don't even know how to
support,
say
we
it,
should probably
but
touch
buy
on that.
fruit
So you
crates
did the
or
removal
whatever.
of the
I think
Awakened
so.
supports and then the new
just
exceptional
double
supports. Now
rolling
that we've
crate.
had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, they feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers.
Yeah.
All the supports they
Yeah,
used
they
were
were.
Awaken Burning Damage, Awaken Deadly Ailment, or
Yeah.
not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging
We
dot
have
skills
that.
you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and
So there's still some stuff that's
This
going to
thing,
come
this
in
is
the
what he's
patch
talking
notes,
about.
is, probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he
Okay.
mentioned.
Oh, wow, this patch then.
Modifiers to
unless he
spell
decides
damage
not
applied to a die.
And,
Yeah, that's kind of
we
strong.
were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them.
Ooh.
Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we
Exciting.
didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which. Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people noticed, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips.
Yeah.
I definitely noticed that. A lot of tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
Wait, what
On
did they
that
do?
note, though, we don't have everything. The
Tooltips?
system's there.
That's going to take
The
time.
new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
Slowly
It's a
going to
lot
get
of, you know,
updated.
finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
You know,
linking
like,
them all.
you can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call
Oh,
it
yeah.
internally.
Autopilot.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise
Yeah,
game. And
exactly.
so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So yeah, we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, as because it could
Laughing in
misinformation's
nearby.
way worse than almost no information, right? Like
Yeah.
it just confuses people. So yeah, they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But yeah, it's a good QOL addition to the game and good for
Absolutely.
onboarding as well. And
Awesome.
yeah, so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and
Yeah.
describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah, I
Andrew?
was going to mention
The highlight, the circle?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release.
Yeah.
And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. and then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify because people got confused about it last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up.
It's
Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Some eternal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous. Yes. But
that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
the new league mechanic tooltips.
Okay.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about, well, we talked about cast on crit, but also like elusive not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the death marked node, the one that is applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds,
Dude,
then
what did they
hopefully
do to
assassin is also
assassin?
viable for them too.
Control F assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news.
Yeah.
I was doing a little bit of research on that just to kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the
not
one
the
or two
absolute authority on this.
Yeah, we often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two. But because some of these, we just instead went with more of a not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use
it's
claw
better to
instead,
just
that's
use
gonna be
claws.
better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like they're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
Oh,
And then
wow. Okay.
the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now,
Wait,
but something to look at in the
It's
future.
the same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the league reworks instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide, here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want the build checklist of I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was nerfed in, I believe, 3.27, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points. and also highly conditional. It's like, you know, don't get hit or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if the player base agrees and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a good indicator.
I can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can
What
probably
did
do more
Connor
there.
say?
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of
Base.
that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do
be
it more
ascendants and
dex.
stuff.
Like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always going to be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone who's got an opinion I kind of trust on that topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
And that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with, designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems. We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Var orbs, and this is connected to this. So,
Volatile?
synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis
Oh,
modifiers.
synthesis.
Oh yeah, we're just
That's
getting
a
rid
good
of them.
talk.
Nice.
Wow.
That is the thing that's
Wow.
happening. Yes.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged.
Holy.
They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So
That's
why have
kind of crazy.
synthesis
Wait.
implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
The whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items
Long time ago.
explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. Like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power
Dude,
into
this
implicit.
is kind
and
of a
then
big change.
we removed that conversion process and then just had. So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that Synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things
That's
more
pretty
powerful,
insane.
or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
yeah. So
Big L for endgame.
well, I
Mirror
guess
crafting
that's
and
sort of like
shambles, steel
the
mage.
vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Veil corruption implicits.
Yeah, so they're not
you
just
can
going-
corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge now,
cool.
for example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to Veil Orbs. Then it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss
Wait,
changes,
that's
we've
insane,
ordered all the mods on
actually.
Abyss Jewels,
Okay,
and
we're back.
we've
We're back,
removed
we're back.
bad ones, buffed weak ones.
We're back. We're
Same
back.
for all
We're
the
back.
Veil.
I think we got
Corruption
rid of the
implicits.
increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
That's gone.
I petitioned you to
Nice.
get rid of those like years ago, and now I
Finally.
didn't even ask you this
Come on,
time. I
man.
just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
memory hole.
One of those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine? It's, you
I
know.
remember.
You can't do that. I need
Anyway,
that.
it's
a
reason.
very long time ago.
That's the right answer.
Dude, yeah, double Alva
that's
temples are going to be
that's a very
massive.
juicy buff to double corruptions.
for,
It's going to be some fun double corrupting actually coming out of
currency
It
that.
also
farming.
means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say like this is the sort of change that affects like very identical high end crafting because
The
like
only-
you can't get those crazy
Yeah.
bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example,
Which is
Ritual and
everything but
Heist.
synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So, those might be the next leagues in the future on the like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are like much more.
Yeah, so Ritual
powerful.
just got
It somewhat bounces in the other direction though, because
Slightly
there's a lot of
nerfed.
leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah, Alva's gonna be
also,
super
part of my
buffed.
follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like? Are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and
Yeah, they're
do
getting,
them
they're
properly.
getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, synth
It came up
maps
as
need
part
to
of the Atlas
change.
anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think next
I
week.
will mention one thing though. Doryani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion.
Oh my
However,
god.
Doryani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit and they've been massively buffed. So
Oh,
they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
yeah, that's fun.
potentially
Wow.
crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, possibly causing, well, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So what are the, I'm
The
curious,
bad
like,
thing
is this
is
something
it
guys
affects Delve
really
a
look
lot.
at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about
Delve
it? What are the
buffed?
impacts
No, it's
on
not a
players
Delve
of this
buff,
sort of
it's-
change? Like,
it's
if you have
Delve, no,
an
nerf.
economic shift like that, is it something you
Unless
care
the
too
boots
much.
are OP.
I mean,
Not if it's too.
That's the
like,
impression I've got in the past.
If
Is
that
like
was
you like,
3,000, whatever, obviously, the magnitude matters.
Yeah.
It's, you know, not to say it isn't a thing we might want
Chaos
to
sync,
consider.
right? That's what
Yeah,
we're talking
like,
about?
it's not a huge deal, for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
yeah, there's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh my
Yeah.
lord.
That'd be troll.
I don't know. Not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's
Yeah.
one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
it is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak,
Yeah.
right?
I think
That
that's
is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always
People don't
super
know
convincing.
why.
But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental
Yes, that's the
progression
only
towards their thing.
answer.
Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one
The
myself.
fewer items that are satisfying to drop,
Yeah.
like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, or I mean, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a
I was gonna say,
couple
I'm
of
burying the
new-
lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now, I saw.
yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes the mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash. Potentially.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option
Is
there.
that
We'll see
good?
how that plays out. But yeah, that's gonna sink a few
I guess
Chaos
it's
Orbs.
good.
That's that's all
I
one
guess
of
it's
them was
good
like
for
a Chaos Orb.
fishing.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't
that's
want
actually-
Chaos
that is
to
actu-
become pennies, you know? That's,
That is actually
which
pretty
you could
good.
argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
If you call a
definition
divine a dollar.
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But the yeah,
Is
we'll
that
keep
an
an eye on it as well.
RNT joke?
But again,
An
the
RNT
ultimate
joke? philosophy
philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's
Yeah.
the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And
Yeah, people.
sometimes there are short-term things that influence. Not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but bestiary is
Come on, dude,
had to
patch
have seen
notes,
some
bro,
changes to its
patch
beast crafting.
notes.
You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well.
They
Side
stalled
note on
for so
that,
long, bro. I think
is
the
that something you can
interview should be an
target farm in
hour
some
and a
way since
half
they
and
are
just call it.
specific?
It's like been 2
Yes,
hours
so
now.
every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
So
those,
yeah,
though.
you can.
Birds.
Oh yeah, a Rex just looks like a some sort of
think
mammal
it's a-
to me,
I
but
think
yeah, it
it's
is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird.
I
You
have
can
no
plus
idea.
birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was
what?
used for some high-end crafting projects.
Wait,
or just
what?
getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the
Just
main
give
thing
patch
is
notes, like,
I
for
feel
real,
like
man.
historically, beast
Jung-
splitting was
Jung
never
is always
really
right.
intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every simplex amulet to become 2, right? Like that. That was where this came in. We started discussing it, and we were just like, is this even
Wait.
healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed
Okay, I mean,
because
what way?
that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name
Oh, right.
suggests.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
Like,
that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get
Well,
now is
heist
worth
items
like,
are gonna be
you know,
expensive.
1.5 times as much or
Focus
whatever the
simplex
difference in the
amulets are
cost
gonna
of
be
the beast
expensive,
splitting was.
man.
Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like,
Heist
so
might
it just
be
became this kind of like
extra.
obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming
Yes,
yourself.
yeah.
And in many ways, the new Oriflame crafting is splitting items
Sure.
in a
Somewhat.
sort
Well,
of
if
way.
you want to do the original intent of the
You can only
split
keep
Yeah,
one
it's
of them.
closer to the original.
there's a Ducat that's very
true.
similar to that,
That's true.
which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods
Yeah,
in the
so
original
you
item,
can
and then
take
you
the-
pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea.
Yeah,
That one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number one. It's my number one for like.
our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a dire rework.
it is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going
Yeah.
back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
Sad.
Yeah.
It is
it's
the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old.
I agree.
The crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
What I will say is it's a very
removal.
strong concept, though. Like going and
Yeah.
capturing beasts,
Yeah.
like wild spirit beasts,
Yeah,
is really
that's
cool.
worth
And that's
figuring
kind
that
of
out.
why the very original pitch for this league was like, you know, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
Yeah.
I know that one
It does need an
we
update.
all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there,
Yeah,
and because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, oh, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of? And there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, oh, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
because
Yeah.
if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're, you know, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between do I fix these problems or make cool content. You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make league good.
Something I
This
was
year
sort of kind of
needs
like
work.
asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something
Discussed
like
this
that?
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well,
Beast
this was part of
juice.
the original
Oh
spec
my.
where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps
Yeah.
as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast,
Yeah.
and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside
Nice.
when you do an encounter.
When I imagine it
But-
modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine. Yeah.
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, yeah, it's just getting so again.
Just get AI
will be
to
a
fix
focus.
it.
I wonder
Of
if that makes
course,
it a
dude. Of
candidate for
course.
more of like a Bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just to untangle that. Like,
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could
Yeah.
be, but I'd say it's currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be, here's a new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
we've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
Okay, I think patch notes are coming
None
soon.
of us three know
Hold.
about that, unfortunately. So
Hold.
Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team, so we just don't know honestly what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
yeah, that is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to as from the helper text thing. We just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it. Right? That makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back.
Yeah.
And we just need to do some of that really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player.
Just give us patch notes.
That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if like those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we added it. Well, why not? It's just a
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap.
Also, similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a hotkey,
a return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, / King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
That's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
I mean, you should just be able to just
these could be optional ones.
Basically,
There's some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of.
That would be amazing. If the control scroll was possible as well, that'd be awesome. Because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toter event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors.
Bro,
I think it caught a lot of people by surprise.
I don't want to talk about this.
How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be so much work to bring it back. Turns out wasn't that much work.
Yep. It took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see like some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it cool. Like this seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So
I
is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously you don't have to do it.
Balanced,
right? If you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So you know, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Patch notes, patch notes.
Yeah, could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do cats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just, you know, set by, you know, myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently.
This is a
So like an
Ducat,
alchemy
okay.
orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal unlike the other
Those
ones.
are legal.
Yeah, because they're just kind of, they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique
Oh,
and then it
And
can
put it in
roll
a
into
regular.
the non-replica version
Yeah,
of the unique.
that's
and then
crazy.
it can, in some cases, it can have basically 2 of the similar mod.
interesting.
On the same
That's kind of
item.
wild.
That's
I imagine
pretty
you
insane.
can't create a replica unique though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss
Dude.
drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do
Oh
the.
my god, there's
wanna
so
cheat
much.
that.
Getting all
Wait,
the boss
triple
drops and no one
damage?
didn't kill the boss.
I
yet.
just thought
that's
about
not good.
this.
Like,
The
Annihilating
things you can
Light.
create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Nice, that makes sense. Can we get log into hideout? Or
Annihilating
yeah,
Light
that.
has 2
Optional, like,
stats.
you back into your
One is
hideout,
triple
see what you guys
damage, one is
As
reduced.
much as no one's gonna like
If you
the
can
answer,
take
no.
triple damage
the
from
logging into
Annihilating
town is
Light,
important
this could
for
be
us.
insane.
And probably for reasons
I
people
just
won't
thought
like.
about that.
But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And
Soul Mantle
as
would be
soon as you can
insane
just bypass
too.
that.
Yeah.
And again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but
You can't
that's
do it
just
on
where we
rings.
stand
You
on
can't
it.
do it on belts.
And you know, not to say it, I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which, yeah, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Oh
Will
my
we
god,
eventually be able to
Annihilating Light
switch
would be
out gear in the
crazy.
recently teased Animate Guardian UI. The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or 2 ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. It's, you can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
Yo, thanks for the follow on Twitch. TY.
Using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like
I
mercenary. You can
wouldn't
put
want to
over.
do that,
Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads
That's
to
it.
my final question of today.
Yes, please.
Which
please,
is
passionate.
ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's like it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff
Yeah.
for PoE 2. But
It should be about PoE 2.
is there some
honestly.
stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something
sure.
happening there?
For sure, it's not PoE 2 con, it's Exile con, right? We've got 2
Hell yeah.
main games, 2 titles, right? And of course, Exile
Okay,
con will have a
that's
thing
good
for
to hear.
PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people just before the stream was started. I
PoE
saw a few
Mobile.
people going, "Last PoE 1 patch for the year." And I went, "No, it's not. There is a 330. It will be
Oh,
before the release
wow.
of PoE 2."
That's
And
really
so
good to hear. That's really
It's
good
crazy
to
to
hear.
think there's that many expansions.
I
in
know,
the
right?
free
I was
series.
talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like there's been 30 expansions in
Since
the 3 series, right?
But yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion.
Dude, PoE
Already
4 is
cooking
about
up
to come.
some awesome ideas,
Excellent.
and I'm sure
PoE
we'll release it. I'm sure
3.4.
next Saturday for us,
Or
we will be able to
4.0
nail
or
it down
whatever.
mostly. But yeah, some
Patch notes,
pretty
patch
cool
notes,
stuff
patch
in the
notes.
works.
I'm just
Or
refreshing.
to be in the works fully, since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Like absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah.
Absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian, Mark. Thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome job
Thank
to
you,
you.
thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right. See you guys later.
All right. I mean, that is the interview. Now the patch notes should come. And then we could take a look, let's see what's going on with the new league. Let's look at our skills. Let's see if our builds survive. Let's see what changes are coming on. So the first thing I just thought of, I was just talking about this, right? The annihilating light. So if you can use this new currency, did they show it actually? Oh yeah, right here. This thing, right? So if you can, oh, did they say weapons? I don't think they said weapons. I thought they only said armor, right? Unique armors, right? That'd have been too OP if it was weapons. But armor is not bad. Like soul mantle, I don't know what other unique armor would work. I mean, I guess you could just use like a lightning coil or something like that, right? Let me just keep refreshing this just in case it comes up. But where is it? Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of body armors that we can use. Apostate. Because if we can take supported gems are supported by level 20 spell totem, honestly it doesn't even have to be level 20. Like level 18 is good. Like the level of spell totems does matter because it gives totems life, and then also this body armor gives totem life as well. And I think that's probably the most important thing to look at on this armor. Like energy shields is kind of whatever, spell damage is kind of whatever, but the survivability of the totem is what matters, and then spell totem. But if we could take that line and just put it on, I don't know, like the brass dome, that would be insane. You become crit immune. You get like 5,000 armor. You get +2 maximum resistance. Like that's kind of insane. What else could you put it on? Carcass Jack. Cloak of Defiance. Cloak of Flame. Yeah, Cloak of Flame. Lightning Coil is the one that I was thinking about. Dialas. I don't know if Dialas. Honestly, you could also just take Dialas and just slam it on Soul Mantle as well. I think this is like the main thing to like really look after. I don't see those patch notes. I'm waiting. But that could be very good. That's out. Dendro. Yeah, I think Dialos could be pretty insane. Like +2 to level is such a big damage imp. The main thing is we don't actually need too much damage. I mean, we're like, this is like one of the versions and we're hitting like 42 mil, but we could get like 50, we could get like 80, 100 mil DPS pretty comfortably. But I think like things like, like the fourth vow, that could be pretty good. Armor applies to chaos damage. Just you get a lot of like chaos res. What else? Like you could also put it on like something like super cheap, right? So you could just like spam corruptions on it as well. Iron Fortress. Unlucky, no, we don't want that. There's like so many. So Lightning Coil was the big one. You do lose a lot of lightning res, but 50% of phase damage taken as a lightning damage. I mean, you just gain a lot of phase damage reduction. Your EHP goes up like quite a bit. Lore Weave is pretty insane too. Your maximum resistance are 76, 78. Like, just so many options. Oh yeah, replica items. I didn't even think about that. Status prison. Oh my god, that's actually pretty insane too. But I think that'll be kind of hard to. I mean, the other thing you could do is you could take something from another unique armor and slam it onto Soul Mantle. You know, if like the unique items aren't as good besides their unique effect, something like that. Oh, come on, where are these patch notes? I want my patch notes. We're on Mathel's stream right now.
Current things. Wait, what's this? 6 socket abyssal axe flesh rip.
You're just talking about it. I'll leave. Oh, yeah, I'll leave it there just to see if, you know, when he starts looking at patch notes. I hope they don't make us wait another 11 minutes. It's kind of annoying. What else is good for unique body armor? I mean, there's so much. You could... What's the boots called? There are like... Where are the boots? I think it's called like Void... VVV. I thought it's called like Void something for boots. Yeah, Void Walker, where you have 5... I mean... Yeah, you get like projectile, like piercing projectiles. Like 5 additional pierce is pretty insane for having for like boots. Like if you could take that line, like even if you get like 3 additional projectiles pierce, I don't know what you would put it on, but 100% increased rarity while on low life, that's pretty big. You can apply additional curse. What else can we get? Wake of Destruction. Oh, you could get like a Rala Cash. Wait, Rala Cash would be insane, no? Count as having maximum number of... you would get the variant that's like Frenzy Charge. So you would have like max Frenzy Charge. That's pretty insane. And then Rainbow Strides is not bad, because you get Spell Block on Rainbow Stride. There's so many options you can do. You could like double corrupt Rainbow Strides as well. I think double corruption is going to be a very, very good strategy for the upcoming league. Like Alva's Temple is going to be a very good strat. No patch notes yet. Is there anything else we miss? We could just kind of quickly look at some of this stuff again. So the charted stuff, the Voyagers. I'm gonna have to re-look at this again. Like for the most part, I kind of understand it, but it just seems like you have to, you have to go on the boat. You take one of these, and then you can go like underwater. But the thing is, you have to like kind of like only go in a certain area, because I guess that's how you get like oxygen or something. I don't really know. Like you're slamming this. This thing is like the more interesting one, because then you could plan a voyage, which you could get like a very large area, and then you could get some interesting rewards. And then like the crafting system looks insane. Like this crafting system is very, very insane. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of different techniques you can use to craft some like really good items. I'm very interested in this. Essentially, it gives you a Hinakora's lock, right? It gives you the ability to make 4 different variations of an item, or 2 or whatever. And it allows you to pick the best one, which is so strong. So strong. There's a couple unique ones. I don't know. It's going to lead to the boss. Mercenaries, I don't know. I guess this could be a good like profiting strat. Like if you wanted to make a lot of like Like if this build becomes popular, because you cannot use mercenaries other than this luminary ascendancy. If you do get a mercenary, it only lasts for the area. So it only lasts for one map if you do get a mercenary. For any other build or for any other ascendancy, that's not luminary. So luminary, if there's a very, very good luminary ascendancy like build, then you could get a warrant, which is basically you could just sell the mercenary, right? And this could be very profitable. But I don't know how good this is gonna be. Maybe like the rewards that you get from mercenary could be good. I know sometimes they carry like divines, like some really good like scarabs and whatnot. We'll have to see what other scarabs there are, but it seems like it's a limit to one. But I did see some scarabs that said that you could get like a strong mercenary or whatever, and there's like 3 of them and things like that. What else do we have? Yeah, this is what I'm interested in the most. Like, yeah, I'm very, very curious on all the different things we can do. The main one for us, or for like the build that I want to play, is going to be for Soul Mantle. We'll kind of see. Let's see, patch notes. Matho. No, he's still not on patch notes. I think patch notes are coming in 5 minutes. I think we're just going to have to wait 5 minutes. It is what it is. But hopefully we get there before it crashes, because most likely it's going to crash. But yeah, this looks good. Very, very interesting, right? Because Andrew, he was the guy sitting on the left. He confirmed that it works with all unique items. The only ones it doesn't work with are like corrupted or foulborn. So it works with the replica. It works with regular uniques. Very, very big change, and it only works on armors. So like helmet, body, gloves, and boots. Socket colors. This is a pretty big change. Now you don't have to worry about coloring your gear. You could just slap on whatever you want to slap on. Now the main thing, or like the biggest concern here, is I guess like not really like concern, like, but you could start thinking about like armor versus like strength gear versus like int gear, for example. Maybe there's something there. The main thing is it's gonna make campaign easier, right? Like it's gonna make progression all the way up to T16s like very, very easy. The colors still mean something. It doesn't matter if it's red, blue, or green, but if you match the socket to the socket color to the skill gem, you will get an additional 10% quality, which in some cases is a pretty good buff. In other cases, kind of like whatever. Spellcasters, we need to see the patch notes. Like, yeah, it's balanced, but we need to see the patch notes before we can make a decision. This stuff, yeah, there's a couple new gems. I don't know. This one is very strong for dot builds, because it's saying modifiers to spell damage apply to the dot, or like damage over time effect. That's kind of insane. Like, it's very, very insane, but there is a cost to it. There is a cooldown to it. So I don't know how these are balanced. There's probably, I think they said there's like 4 different variations of this. I don't even know what they're called. Packs. They're called packs, basically. You can get them from Beyond bosses and Lycia from Sanctum. Okay. So Beyond, I mean, like, if these are like really, really insane, then Beyond is gonna be a very, very good, profitable mechanic. I'm very curious. I'm very curious on what they're gonna do. I'm on the plane. Give me highlights, bro. They got rid of socket colors. I don't know if you watched it, but they got rid of socket colors, Muzz. What do you think about that? Muzz is like 10 hours delayed, bro. He's gonna reply after he lands. We should get patch notes like any second now. Like should be in like a minute. Let's look at Matho. He hasn't gotten it yet. But yeah, like the quickest, the fastest TLDR. The new mechanic looks cool. Everybody gets a Hinakura lock. Basically. That's the new crafting mechanic. Mercenaries are back, but they're kind of meh. If you want to use mercenaries, you have to use the new ascendancy. If you use the new ascendancy, it looks pretty strong. And the base mercenary is buffed, so if you can put this together, it's gonna be a very strong build. Abyss reworked. Abyss is like PoE 2 now. That's a TLDR. Crystallized power, very, very strong. This is gonna redefine how uniques work. It's pretty big. Anomalies. I didn't talk about this, but Atlas anomalies. How do I even explain this? This is like random things that can occur while you have your Voidstone socketed. So like you could get a full reveal heist like map basically, or you can get Parandus, and you know he offers you a bunch of random things. You could get the Nameless Seer, things like that. Basically like unique maps, but not, I should say unique maps, like double unique. Socket colors, spellcasters, and a couple new gems. That's kind of the TLDR. Okay, there it is. Here we go. Okay, first thing we're gonna go to Ice Spear. So Ice Spear just got buffed. Nice. Our skill got buffed. This is actually a pretty big buff. This would allow us to get 100% crit chance like very, very easily. It's kind of insane. Ice Spear splitting just got buffed. 7.5%, previously 5%. And it splits even more, so now the clear just got buffed. So this is insane. Nice. So that's good. That's good. Let's take a look at Freezing Pulse. Previously 1 at all gem levels, now fires 1 to 5 at gem levels 1 through 20. Okay, so it kind of goes up. Has critical strike chance of 7.5, so a little more crit. Damage effectiveness of 750%. 370%. And now deals even more damage. Wow. So I think Freezing Pulse might be back on the menu. Frost Bomb has a crit chance, effectiveness, that's fine. What was the other one? Let's look at Cold Snap. Now has 25% chance to freeze. Okay. Main thing with Cold Snap was chill effect. Freeze is kind of whatever. Yeah, it's kind of whatever. Okay, yeah, let's just do like a quick little look. So it looks like, you know, if we're gonna play, actually I should type this patch notes. Yeah, so for the most part, I think the Ice Spear Freezing Pulse Totem build is going to be fine. It's actually looks like it's like pretty, it's like buffed. It's not like insane buff, but it's a pretty big buff because now we're going to reach like 100% crit a little bit easier. But there's a lot of other things to look at, so let's just kind of go ahead. I'm just going to zoom in a little more. I'm going to kind of skim, and anything that sticks out to me, I will take a look at. So this challenge league, Ducats, these are the currency that's going to be dropping. That's going to help us with crafting. So you find them on the seafloor. Okay. I believe you get to the seafloor by going on charts. Or is it voyages? Charts, yeah, chart dive to the ocean floor, and that's how you do. That was like basically the video explanation that they showed. New content. Okay, new bloodline classes. Hold on. One exclusive to this league. Okay, we'll have to take a look. New exceptional skill gem. Oh, so this is a pact. Empowering spells that either fire projectiles, apply an effect to an area around a target location, fire chaining beams, causing them to deal more damage and have enhanced coverage. However, using this skill also burdens you with an affliction. Okay. Is that good? That could be very good. Added a new exceptional skill gem. So Gore, this is the one that we saw with yeah, it empowers your damage over time. It actually didn't give you exactly what it does, so I think there might be more info here. Cast a pact, empowering your damaging vol spells. Okay. Empowering your next channel. Okay, so channel, vol, damage over time, and then projectiles. Okay, so the one we would care about is Pact of the Bidet, bro. Like, what is this name? I'm gonna call it Bidet. Added new support gems. Coursing Currents. Okay, so we're playing PoE 2. Yeah, it's just PoE 2. Crystal Fall. This could be interesting. Support slam skills. Okay. Manatee staff. So this needs some experimenting, but this could be something on our radar to add for like Hierophant or for our build. Mainly because, or like any staff build, I would say this is something to look into. It does have a reservation cost, but it gives you block, which is kind of insane. And then anytime you block, it like triggers disability. So this is good for like staff blocking. So this is like cast when stun type stuff, but instead it's with like a staff. So I don't know. It's gonna require some experimenting. Divine Blast of Radiance. Okay. And like whenever they add like a new skill, it kind of, you need to see the stats, right? Like same thing with Holy Hammers. They added Holy Hammers, but now they added like Spiral, Holy Sweep. Yeah, same thing. Reap, Butchery. Reap requires a lot of knowledge with blood charges and maintaining blood charges. So I don't know. It's kind of, to me, it's a little clunky. But I don't know. Maybe these transfigured gems would make a big difference. Okay, so they added the PoE 2 amulet into PoE 1. That's kind of insane, actually. All Ellie res implicit. It's okay. It's okay. Volatile orbs and crystallized rancor now have dedicated slots in currency stash tab. This is a massive news. this is a very, very big news. So, this confirms that volatile vol orbs are gonna be in the game, and not only that, crystallized rancor. This is what I was talking about when they revealed. I quickly saw like a way to get into harvest. I think this is what this is. Yeah, these atlas anomalies. I think one of them I saw like a alternate harvest or something like that. And in the alternate harvest, I was like saying like, oh, can we get Rancor? And this is what I meant by a Rancor. This is good for I think like minion crafting or something like that. But volatile vol orbs, this is a massive, massive thing for pretty much every single build. This is how. So like right here, like the best way to explain it. So we were using Annihilating Light, and we would get this downside on our item. It gave us like 60% reduced elemental resistance. With the volatile orb, we could bring this to like 52 or whatever, which meant we would have less of a penalty, and it would give us more resistance, and we don't have to worry so much. So this is massive for pretty much all builds, like volatile orbs at least. That's pretty good. This is the new reroll modifier they were talking about. This is actually kind of big. This is a chaos thing, but this is kind of big because it works the way that PoE2 does, which is it adds and then removes. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that for crafting purposes. Okay. Wait, this is actually very, very big. Crafting bench is available in every town from Act 2 onwards. This is such a big change. Yeah, it's just a big change. You don't have to like go to your hideout anymore. Catalysts now have a stack of 20. Wow, okay, finally. Okay. Nice. So mercenaries, like honestly, I don't really care about mercenaries because we can't actually have them unless you play this new ascendancy. So to me, mercenaries are kind of whatever. They're more gonna be of like something you might want to farm. Maybe let's take a look. Let's take a quick look. Okay, mercenaries can be found from Act 3 onwards. Accepting the duel, wager an item. If you lose, gold you levied will be forfeited, and the mercenary leads win and will aid you for the area in addition to winning the spoils. Okay, so you could take a look at the mercenary, see what kind of items he has, and then you could challenge him for it. That's basically how I see interacting with the mercenary. I'm not actually there to have him as a companion. You pretty much I don't really see the point of having a mercenary for one zone. Like it might give you a little bit extra speed, but you still have to fight him. I'm not doing that unless he has a good item. There's guaranteed spots to find them. Okay. Again, like I said, if he's in the way, then that's the only time I'm interacting. Otherwise, I'm not interacting. Scaling in maps, you can get a warrant. So this is what I was talking about. If the luminary ascendancy is very good and people want to make builds for it, they will have a specific mercenary that they're hunting for. And if that's the case, then you could try to get a warrant and you could sell that warrant to another player who's looking for it. And then Zades, this is actually a very strong item. You're gonna have to fight a mercenary for it. So maybe fighting mercenaries could be very good to get a Zades crest. I don't know about these other items. Oh, and then the Tarthus gems. Yeah, like these. Some scarabs, mercenary, infamous. It's the infamous mercenary where you could potentially get some like pretty big items. The way I look at it, I think of it as like metamorph, right? Like you're just gonna have like a very strong enemy in the map, and for a build like ours, we're gonna be pretty good. Like we're gonna have a lot of options to fight this if this is something we want to farm. All equipments are unique. This could be very good for target farming uniques. Maybe even in SSF, this is very good. Wild Rogue. Okay. Added Searing Exarch altar modifiers to drop Mercenary Scarabs. Okay, so Searing Exarch will have the Mercenary Scarabs. Okay. Abyss revamp. Yeah, so TLDR is the Abyss is like PoE 2. You don't have to chase after it. It's just set in place. That's what it is. Abyssal Deli Orbs can no longer be obtained. Okay, that's fine. I believe they also made it so that, yeah, like Stygian Vice and Abyss Jewels, they only come from Abyss, and in some rare cases, Abyss biomes and Delve. Okay. Abyss, I mean, we're just gonna have to look at this mechanic in terms of scarabs, how profitable it is once like the league starts. They updated some Abyss jewels. Anything interesting? Recoup. Okay. Damage to spells. This is actually pretty strong. Like this is fairly strong actually. Cool. Reduce curse effect, but we need to be on consecrated ground. This is kind of trash. Unless you have a way to generate consecrated ground, you get 100% effectiveness. It's kind of trash. Legion revamp. So enshrouded items can be transferred into another unique of the same item class. So according to what Andrew said, every single unique should be able to work except for Foulborn and corrupted uniques. It's the only difference. You could even use replica. So it's just you just have to do like 5 ways. And they got rid of like the unrelenting ones, and there's just only one type of emblems now, which is actually pretty good. It makes selling them easier and whatnot. I think what's it called? Legion is still gonna be very profitable, and I think they got another mechanic that I think people are gonna be looking out for. I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna work, but I mean, if you know what you're doing with, I think 5 ways will still be good. I'm actually not sure, but I think what people will do is they'll do 5 ways, and they might like bake items. Like this whole enshrouded system is like cooking items while you do Legion. But if you want to do it yourself, then you have to be able to do 5 ways. Again, if you are playing my build, we will be able to do 5 ways ourselves. It's not that hard. Cool. No, incubators are gone. They're trash anyways. Legion Deli Orbs are gone. Rog, okay. Trinket, Stash Affinity, removed. Splinters, Okay, so Splinters, the only way to get Splinters is the Atlas Runners and doing Legions. Nice. That's good. That's a good change. Heist, okay. Gem sockets. Yeah, so the color doesn't matter. This is kind of massive. So you basically don't need like a socket regex anymore. You just need to look for like movement speed. Socketed gems now gain 10% quality in red, green, blue sockets if the gem color matches the socket color. Yeah. So any of the colors you just get 10% extra quality. It's actually pretty big. I'm just trying to look at my build, for example. So Ice Spear quality gives crit multi, so that's pretty big. It's 10% damage. Crit damage also gives crit multi, so that's 5% more damage. I shouldn't say more damage, I should say like increase projectile speed, projectile damage, totem placement speed, some damage. So yeah, overall it's pretty big. We'll have to see how much it really matters, but it's like a little min-max thing. I don't think a lot of people are gonna be maybe using tainted chromatics. Maybe people are actually. I don't really know. I don't really know what people are gonna do. So we'll have to see about that. Chance for sockets to roll as red, green. Okay. Okay, so quality matters. So I'm just gonna read this. So chromatic orbs and tainted chromatic orbs now force one of the sockets on the item to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets on the item will roll normally. Higher quality on these items increase the chance for non-white sockets to appear. Okay. Currency that adds socket to items such as jeweler orbs, tainted jeweler orbs, and orbs of binding will always generate the added sockets as white. Wow. This includes adding sockets through the crafting bench as well. Okay, so if we were to make a corrupted soul mantle, we would use tainted jeweler orbs and then just get 6 white sockets. You don't even have to color it. Like, you don't really have to use tainted chromatics. But I guess tainted chromatics would still help you to get a little extra damage buff, huh? So I guess people would still want these, but maybe not as much or not as important anymore. Okay, as a result... Okay, so chromatic orbs are now rarer, are no longer sold by vendors. Okay, that's pretty big. Have also been increased in the exchange. We'll have to see how rare chromatic orbs are. The corruption outcome from Locus of Corruption that turns all sockets white has been removed. This outcome instead now turns all white sockets to non-white. Okay. Added the new crafting bench option that modifies socket colors. At least 2 non-white sockets, 3 non-white, 4 non-white, cost 75 chromatics. It's kind of a lot. Crafting bench options for red, green, blue have been removed. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is what I'm interested about. The following unique items now have a hidden property on them, preventing them from having white sockets. Okay, that's Diala's, Skin of the Lords, and Skin of the Loyal. Now has gem socketed, always have quality bonus from socket color. It no longer has can be socketed. Gems can be socketed in this item, ignoring socket color, as this is now the default behavior, right? So it still does it. They just removed the naming. How back are we? I have not seen a single thing except whatever you're showing on screen right now. Oh shit. Oh, you switched to Twitch, bro. I didn't even realize. I thought you were on YouTube. How you doing, Muzz? Did you hear about the stuff that I was talking about? Dude, why did the timestamps get removed? Yeah, because you messaged on YouTube, so I thought you were on YouTube, but then you switched to Twitch chat. Let's just continue. Pariah's unique now has plus 100 to 200. I'll message him. Has now plus 100 to 200. Per green socket. Okay, yeah, it's kind of whatever. Prismatic. Okay, well, this is actually a big change. Two-handed passive mastery that provided 10% armor. Okay, it's changed to 30%. Okay, so now this omen will guarantee change the colors. Talisman revamp. Dude, there were some crazy talisman modifiers. Like I saw +1 to all skills and things like that. Talisman now has special enchantment. Yeah, so talismans are now enchantments rather than implicits because they're no longer corrupted. This is pretty massive because, yeah, some of these enchantments could be stronger than the actual annoyance. Maybe at like early game, it needs a lot of PUBing to like really figure out what the good ones are. So we kind of need to see we kind of really need to see what the list of modifiers are. Greater life than before. Okay, sure. League change. Okay, so they added the PoE 2 thing as well in PoE 1, where it tracks the ritual altar after you complete one of the altars. That's really nice. Volatile Vol Orbs are now obtained in Sanctum. Wow. Oh my god, dude. People are gonna want to do Sanctum again. We might do Sanctum this league. Who knows, dude? I haven't really done Sanctum, but maybe we could do Sanctum. Ultimatum is now exclusive source of catalyst. Okay. You can no longer get it in heist. Sure. Expedition, Tujin, or whatever. I don't even know what Tujin is going to give. Like, I don't know what Expedition rewards are even gonna give? Are they just gonna give like raw currency? Like what are they gonna give? Could be very strong, I guess. Betrayal can no longer drop all flame embers. The average number of scarabs dropped from the scarab chest has been doubled in Betrayal. Okay. Cluster jewels are eye level 83. Enshrouded uniques. Okay. Breach. Okay, let's see what they did to Breach. Average number of monsters in Breach has been reduced. Interesting. Has been reduced. Okay, so they're just nerfing Breach. Progress is increased. But it's like you don't really, I mean, it's balanced, but I don't know if it's a good balance. You can't open too many unstable breaches. You have to wait. I don't know. I think it's just saying open at once. Yeah. Yeah, they're just like nerfing breach basically. Yeah, pack size to rare monsters. Yeah. Pack size is more important when you're like collecting juice, and you know, breach is now like a collecting juice mechanic. You gotta collect the high blood. They nerfed a little bit of the Genesis tree. Okay. Yeah, just more nerf to Genesis tree. End game, strange locations. So what is it? Nameless Seer and Reflecting Mist don't just randomly spawn. They come up in anomalies. Okay. Unaffected by Alice Tree, sure. In red tier maps, rare monsters have what? That's kind of insane. Oh yeah, new maps. Let's see. Basilica, Colonnade. I hate these maps. Laboratory, museum. Plateau is okay. Toxic sewer, okay. They have been removed. Okay, let's see what they removed. Canyon removed. That kind of sucks. Canyon's okay. Coves, okay. Cursed Crypt. Defiled Cathedral. What guys? Race course. Underground Sea. Okay, so we still have Jungle Valley. That matters. You can no longer get Untainted Paradise. It's an event instead. Okay. Okay, so I think like a display change. That's not too bad. Oh, they actually made Chimera better. Only one wave of enemies per phase. That's actually very, very good. I mean, I like doing invitation farming, so you know, We'll definitely do something with that. Now display which map they will open. That's good to know. Enshrouded. I don't remember what Enshrouded was. It's deceptive now, though. Remove the item drop delay from remembered and the feared that can spawn in maps. Yeah, this is so much better. Like, this is so bad. So I guess we still have the Scarab of Awakening strat going on. We could try that. Reduce the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers when using a reflecting mist currency or an item. Okay. Reflecting mist objects now have a higher chance to drop a reflecting mist currency item. This is so much better because most of the time reflecting mist just gave you garbage, but getting the currency item is very, very good. But this will also make the item cheaper if it's just higher chance, right? 4% chance to drop a scrying orb. Scrying orbs is probably going to be important. You don't need too many of these, but it's kind of nice. It might be good to farm these, honestly, like early on. Like if you get like a 1, you could sell them, you know. It then allows you to scry the divination cards of the map area listed on the item to a map on your atlas. So you have to find it in a specific area. Wow. Okay. These could be kind of expensive. This could be a farming strat. Brave the Tower Atlas passive skill now has an ultimatum boss. Drops 10 of a random catalyst. Previously full stack. Yeah, because now a full stack is 20. If you start getting 20, that's kind of OP. Oh, special implicit. Are these the ones from Mirage? Because if that's the case, that's going to be OP. I think my first strategy is still going to be like collecting heist contracts. Heist blueprints. I think. Ascendancy changes. Oh, they nerfed a little bit of Hierophant. 3% more damage instead of 5%. Wow. Why? It's actually a pretty big nerf because I think we have 5 totems, so that's a 10% more damage nerf. It was 25%, now it's 15%, like more damage. So yeah, 10% more damage nerf. That's kind of crazy. Kind of sort of crazy, actually. Okay, so Assassin got a big change. So let's take a look at this. Death Mark notable passive skill no longer has marked enemies cannot invade attacks. It now has 10% increase effect of your marks per maximum power charge. And 3% of the leech is instant per maximum power charge. Holy. Wait, this is kind of insane. Because you're stacking power charges significantly on Assassin. No longer grants base spell crit chance is equal to that of the main hand weapon. It now grants spell critical strike chance by Frucate. I don't know how to say that word, but this is kind of OP and 50% less. Okay, that's kind of bad. But what this basically means is like the chance to spell crit is rolled twice. It's basically like a lucky crit. Yeah, roll twice right here. It just says it right here. If either roll succeeds, the hit will be a regular critical strike. And if both rolls succeed, the amount of extra damage dealt by the critical strike will be doubled. It's kind of OP. Yeah, this thing is like omega busted. If a modifier makes your critical strike chance lucky or unlucky, that luck will apply individually to each of the critical chance rolls. That means it will still roll twice, but your individual roll will either be lucky or unlucky. So just keep that in mind based on if you have any of these. Effects which cause hits to always be critical strikes prevent bifurcation. Those hits do not roll the chance, so cannot roll it twice. Okay, so you can't have 100% crit basically. I don't really care about occultists. Passive skill tree changes. Arcane conversion notable. Now grants 10% cast speed. Efficiency increase. Northeast. Where is northeast? Somewhere over here. Added a new cluster to the northwest of Templar starting location. 8% increase efficiency and cost efficiency. Okay, that's fine. Nothing really that we could kind of really use. Wow, they nerfed this? Wow, okay. I mean, this is fine because we're getting base crit. So I guess they just they just evened it out basically. Shaman's Dominion? Is this what it is? Wow, they nerfed this, huh? 25 crit chance, 20 crit chance. What do they do? They nerfed that. Okay, they just... I mean, they buffed it and they nerfed crit chance for spell totems, but like I don't know if that evens out because we did gain plus 0.5 base crit. So I think it should be fine. We'll have to do some calcs, but yeah, for the most part it's fine. Skill gem changes. Okay. Shadow themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit strike. Fire generally have lower crit. Okay. Lightning have lower cast times, but spells have more mana. Okay. Fire spells generally have lower mana cost and higher effectiveness added damage. Okay. Sounds good. I do want to see rolling magma. Now has a lower damage and effectiveness of added damage at gem level 1, but has more damage at gem levels greater than 20. Okay, well, no one was using it greater than 20. Base mana cost has been reduced by 20% at all levels. Okay, so it's cheaper. I don't really know how much they nerfed it. That's kind of interesting. They just didn't tell us. It's probably because Andrew didn't get to it. And it'll probably in a future patch notes the actual number. What about a fireball? Oh, Holy Flame Totem's got a buff too. They got it's got higher crit chance. That's actually pretty big. That's a pretty big buff. It's 20% buff. I mean, it's kind of big, yeah. Where did Fireball go? Fire. Increase it, crit strike 5, lower the crit chance, reduce the cost for an 80% at gem level 20. Okay, it's kind of like whatever. This is at gem level 20 though, like I think rolling magma is still going to be very good. Rolling magma I think is still gonna be very good until, you know, where we kind of switch off. We hit level 13 and then we switch to Holy Flame Totems. I mean, we use Holy Flame Totems from like level 4, but we finally drop like rolling magma at like level 13 or whatever. Then we just use Holy Flame Totems the whole way, which got a buff. Cool. Anything else? Cool. I'll take a look at some of these. There's just so many. I don't want to go through all of them, especially if, you know, I don't see anything interesting. Oh, Vortex. Oh, maybe we start doing Vortex again. Wait, Winter Orb actually got buffed. 3 projectiles instead of 1 at all levels. And a slight damage increase. It's pretty good. Cool snap. Hey, maybe we could do a Vortex, you know, Vortex build. Vortex, Cold Dot, basically. That was like the old archetype. Support gem changes, Archmage, Ballista. They nerfed KF. Actually, I'll look at Kinetic Fusillade too later. Wow, they actually nerfed our build. We basically have 15% less damage. Wow, that's kind of insane. I can't believe they did that. It's a straight up 15% nerf. It's kind of crazy, actually. Well, we'll have to POB this, yeah, because there's a lot of changes. There's like some buffs and then there's some nerfs, so it could be the same, But this spell totem nerf looks like it's a pretty big one. It's literally 10% less damage. That's a pretty big nerf, to be honest. But I mean, the thing is, damage isn't really our problem. So I think it should be fine. Especially if we could do some like weird stuff, like, you know, changing the unique gear and stuff like that. Unique items. Okay, let's see if any of our items are changed. Ghostwrite, Grey Wind, Hate Forge. Wow, they actually touched up a lot. Nebulous, Praxis. Oh, Tarn Shiver. Oh god. Tarn Shiver no longer has 50 to 60% spell damage. It now has 2 to 4. Okay, that's actually pretty massive. And then just straight up cold damage. Wow, okay. Well, this is kind of massive. 25 to 50% chance to freeze. Previously 8. Oh my god. Dude, Tarn Shiver is insane. It's actually insane. Yeah, so they got rid of the spell damage, but now you could just get that on. You can make that up with the cold damage. You could get actually more than what you used to, and you could get plus levels. +4 would be insane. This thing's a very common unique, by the way. So Tarn Shivers. Okay, so our early game got buffed. This is our weakest point in the game. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. What they do to Void Battery? Okay, they nerfed Void Battery, of course. Did they always nerf something, man? They got rid of a lot of synthesized stuff. Volatile orbs can now be used on items that have no modifiers that can scale outside of range to be more consistent. That's pretty. Yeah, so volatile orbs are back. This is pretty good. Sanctum's gonna be very good. Implicit block modifiers on staves no longer explicitly state they require a staff. What does this mean? Chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage modifiers can now roll on staves. I mean, it did that before. Implicit block modifiers and staves no longer explicitly state they require a staff. Does that I don't know what this means. But if we can get attack damage, block attack damage, this is kind of massive. Because we have a lot of different ways to get spell block, but not a lot of good ways to get attack block. So if we could get like 20, 25 attack block, that's kind of massive. Might be able to save a lot of like traveling nodes. I don't know what this means. Implicit block modifiers on staves no longer explicitly state they require. I don't know. There's also a crafting bench modifier. Something to look into. Interesting. Demon's Horn, Opal Wand, and Tornado Wand bases now have increased spell damage implicit modifiers instead of added damage. GG, bro. Why'd they nerf this? This is kind of a nerf for early mapping. Such a weird change, man. Modifiers the level of all spell skills and all specific damage on staves now have an additional. Oh, okay. Oh, they appear much more commonly and can roll on stats at earlier levels. Wow, this is really big. 4+4. Wait, this is actually like a massive change. This could make it possible to do this could make it possible to do 2-stone SSF runs on Ice Spear. Did GGG watch my runs, dude? It's kind of crazy. Because nobody's doing this but me as like a content creator, or like there's no footage of anybody doing staff to 2-stone besides my footage, I'm pretty sure. Like, because nobody ever even thinks about using staff like that. But they're doing some staff changes. I don't exactly know what this is, but this could like, it could affect how we build defense. It seems like it's a positive change. It looks like they're buffing it because they buff Tar and Shiver. So early game is going to be much better. But yeah, like look at this. They're just massively buffing staff. More common. 1 tier higher, just stabs. Yeah, like it's everything is up. Yep, they're just omega buffing it. Caster weapons no longer roll increased fire, cold, lightning damage suffix. Okay. Nor can these modifiers be crafted at the crunchy. Okay, that's pretty insane. $40 to $109, so they increase the floor. Okay. Oh yeah, what did they do to daggers? They just gave it more crit chance, sure. Added the following new corruption implicit modifiers. To what though? Okay. To rings, you can get +1. +1 to maximum. This is good. +2 on boots. Fire. +2 cold on gloves. Glancing blows. It's a block on shields. Increase, okay. Cannot be ignited, poison, bled on belts. This is actually insane. This particular corruption modifier is actually insane. And if you could double corrupt, oh my god. What were we using? Energy shield, like 17 energy shield. Yeah, you get rid of that, and then you could get like cannot be ignited, cannot be poisoned or bleed. Oh my god. And if you could double corrupt this for bleed and maybe like ignite or something like that, oh my god, that's crazy. Mana cost efficiency on rings, increase attributes. What? Just socket of gems, okay. I mean, this is it could be good, it could be bad, I don't know. I don't think it's good, honestly. I actually don't think this is that good. At least for our builds. I can't really think what it could be good on. Crit multi on rings. Okay. Unaffected by burning ground to boots would be absolutely massive. What the hell? That's actually crazy. Onslaught on kill. That's kind of trash. You could get multiple projectiles on staff corruption. Curse enemies on hit. I wouldn't really want this. Ellie Penna. Yeah, I mean, uh, 50 crit multi is kind of crazy. Wait, you can get +1 to all cold corruption on a scepter, wand, or daggers. That's kind of that's pretty insane. +1 to fizz on daggers. Can't you get like cold iron point with like +4 then? It's kind of nuts actually. Corruption looks pretty insane this league. I think Vol Temple this league is going to make a boatload of money. And an absolute metric boat ton. Wow, this is actually a big nerf. Increased aura effect for specific aura corruptions now only rolls on amulets. This is so bad. Previously amulets, rings, and belts. Now it has a higher value. Yeah, this is so bad. Why did you do this, GGG? Oh wow, staffs could have 22 to 28. So this is a good corruption you can get on Annihilating Light. Okay, interesting changes. There's some like good and some bad again. Divination card change. Soul Eater now expires faster on non-players. Okay, I'm assuming this is like for like mercenaries and like that one minion thing. Okay. All classes are now able to purchase faster attack. That's really good, and faster casting in Act 2. It's a very good change, Mana. Okay, this mana infused staff thing. Wait, staff leveling could be very, very good, but yeah, I don't know. User interface now stack up to 10,000. Oh my god, bro. Now stack up to 10,000. That's kind of crazy. Oh, this is actually a really good change. So instead of taking one from each stack, it now drains the first stack. It's a very good change for when you're like spamming your currency. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then there's, I guess there are a bunch of like bug fixes, but yeah. I mean, I think, that's been a pretty good stream. I think, we spent like an hour just going over some of these changes. I didn't go over every single detail, but I went over like the things that were like pretty interesting. And yeah, I think the next thing I'm gonna do is I might do like a practice run. I don't know if I'm gonna do it today. Oh, but I think I'm just gonna kind of just gather everything, and then I think tomorrow I might do like a practice run, and then I'll start working on the build guide. Now that I have the patch notes, for the most part, our build's gonna be fine. Um, there are a couple new interesting things with where is this? Yeah, with this crystallize this enshrouding thing. And I think that'll be a cool mechanic. And then we still have volatile orbs, so we will be able to get a giga staff again. We have to look at what these block changes are on the staff. I'm not really understanding this staff changes. Like legitimately, I have no idea what these staff changes are. But the other thing is Tarn Shiver got buffed, which was our weakest point, right? Like I've been trying to figure out a lot of different things to do to make our early game stronger, and Tarn Shiver was a good option, but it didn't have a lot of damage, but now it does. Now it has like giga damage. It's not even like decent damage. Like if you can get a +4 with like 100% cold damage, like oh my god. Like we could probably just straight up do Maven with this, and this is a very cheap staff. Like literally, we could just do 4 stones with this staff, and then switch to Annihilating Light when we're ready. But yeah, like this, I don't know what this means. Like implicit block modifiers on stays no longer explicitly state they require a staff. Like what? Like who wrote this? Like what are you even trying to say? Implicit block modifiers on a staff no longer explicitly state they require a staff. Did it do that? Oh, okay. Is that what it is? They just changed the wording. So if I understand it correctly, instead of what it says now, which is 22% chance to block spell damage while wielding a staff, it's just going to say 22. It's just a wording change. It's kind of dumb. Dumb way to put it like that. Now, it does say chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage modifiers can now roll on staves. Oh, I'm guessing it's not implicit though. Yeah, okay, so staff, they're not gonna do anything. I feel like this kind of change is only good for SSF. Like if you're playing SSF, this is something to look out for. But if you're not playing SSF, you just buy Tarn Shiver. If you're playing SSF, you look for like a rare staff. You gamba for a rare staff. Try to get some like high spell damage. Try to get like a +4, and then maybe try to get like something like this. I guess you could do like some staff crafting. Yeah. But if you're not playing, if you're just playing trade, you just get Tarn Shiver and then just get Annihilating Light. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the live stream. Overall, like, I'm pretty excited for the league. There's a lot of interesting things. There's a lot of cool things to try out. The new crafting system looks super OP. We'll try to see what kind of items we can craft. I'm gonna have to rewatch the videos and stuff like that. We'll do a little more research. And yeah, I should be back to streaming again. So I'll stream tomorrow. I'll stream every single day, hopefully, unless if I'm working on a video, which I'll be working on the build guide, and then we'll see what other videos I can make. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Peace, peace, peace. Thanks for stopping by.